All right. Let's go ahead and sweet. So we're playing Final Fantasy tonight. Final Fantasy 14 because I don't want to play any more Tunic on stream at least. I'll probably play it off stream. Did not have a fun time last time, but that's okay. Move on to something else. Try to get through the rest of the Stormblood stuff that's not like the main quest, so that tomorrow or Saturday I can play through Shadowbringers, at least start Shadowbringers. And I'll probably play Final Fantasy for every stream until what is it? Starfield. Starfield comes out next Friday. So we'll have this one today stream, Saturday, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday probably. So 4 more outside of this one. And we'll just play through as much as we can before we're going into Starfield. And I'll play Starfield Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Probably take Monday off. And then Tuesday, maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So, yeah. Lots of stuff to do. Close Twitter because I'm done with that. All right. We're in chat for a little bit, and then we can get more into the quests. I don't know. Yeah. Not doing much. I'm not playing what is that? That came out Metal Core? No, it's Armored Core. Armored Core 6 I'm not playing on launch. I'll probably play it eventually. But I'm not in a rush to play it right now, as I don't have a connection to the franchise in the first place. So might get it on sale or something during like Black Friday or some other time, so I can play it. I'll get it then and play it. I think I have some opening time during November. I'll probably play Mario RPG, but I don't think that's very long. Super Mario RPG is only 17.5 hours. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get a lot in the line for playing games. This game's gonna hold me over for a while and fill a lot of space, so that's cool. Hmm. Okay, guess it's good as time as ever to switch to Final Fantasy. All right. Sweet. Let's go. Be a lot of reading, I assume. Oh, Bartholomew. If you've come here hoping for news, I'm afraid there isn't any. Everything is exactly as it was. Pistola is still investigating primals in the Far East. Thancred is still gathering intelligence in the Imperial provinces, and Alvanad is still out there somewhere. There's been no word since his first scheduled report, nor does he respond to calls. And all the while, I'm just meant to sit around here waiting. It's driving me mad. Begging your pardons, I bear a message from the Eorzean Alliance. Thank the gods for that. We have a visitor. Welcome to the Rising Stones. If you have a message, I should be most eager to hear it. My lady, the Alliance leadership will soon convene to discuss the matter of Senian interference, and they humbly request the presence of signs of the Seventh Dawn. Having assessed intelligence provided by the Armenian resistance, considering the whereabouts of Xenos' remains, they too suspect Asinin involvement and wish to deliberate a suitable course of action. As the foremost intelligent authorities on our foe, your orders counsel would be most welcome. Of course, we should be glad to assist in in whatever way we can. With almost everyone else afield, I'd say this one falls up to us, by which I mean I'm not going on my own. You'll come with me, I trust. There you have it. We accept the invitation. Thank you. The time and date of the meeting will be shared in due course, but I can confirm that the council will take place in Alamigo. By your leave. I somehow doubt we'll have anything useful to offer, but standing mutely at a meeting would still be better than the nothing we've been doing of late. Let's make ready to depart, shall we? Thancred? What's going on, man? Alright, just be careful on the road back. You hear? Did I hear you right? Rielo? Is a Thancred coming back? Aye, that he is. Says he's acquired some important intelligence. Being in Garland territory, though, he couldn't risk sharing the particulars in this case, or in case the Imperials were listening in. So he said he'd be back as quickly as he could, and to make sure someone was waiting for him in Almegan Quarter. Understood. Bartholomew and I will go. We're bound for Almegan anyways, and there's sure to be time between before the council begins. Come on, let's be off. Time to go find out that, what? Alfanad is in trouble. I don't know where I'm going. You two are a sight for sore eyes. Now all I need is water from my parched throat. Fetch me a cup, will you? Grasping through Imperial territory is thirsty work.
God, I needed that.
I won't bother telling you to catch your breath. Whatever brought you galloping back to us, I assume it's urgent.
Quite. Without further ado, then. After the successful uprisings in Doma and Alamigo, rebels in several other provinces were inspired to follow suit. Unfortunately, they did not fare quite so well. The Dalmascans paid the heaviest price. For their defiance, the Emperor made a show of razing their capital to the ground, prompting many of their neighbors to abandon thoughts of resistance.
Yo.
But not all have given up on liberty. Heartened by the news of Doma's prisoner exchange, some still believe that the Empire may one day be amenable to negotiation. We have the shinobi to thank for spreading the good word. They have worked tirelessly to keep the subjugated informed, and a little knowledge can go a long way.
There is at least a spark of hope, then.
A spark in want of kindling, yes. The Alliance has already begun supplying materiel to resistance movements abroad, many of whom would otherwise struggle to continue the fight. The support effort has been led by the Sultana and the Elder Seedseer, who have both seen enough Alamegan refugees to know the consequences of oppression. And for their troubles, they have quickly earned a reputation as folk heroes in certain corners of the Empire. That is all for the provinces. As for the Garlean motherland itself, Our friends the Populares have suffered something of a setback, I regret to say. Talk is rife that Doma has summoned a primal, and the Empire's more liberal voices are being drowned out in the fearful clamor for retribution.
And who do they think orchestrated this summoning?
Oh, any but those truly responsible. Xenos has seen to that. Speaking of whom, the Crown Prince is recovering remarkably well. Well enough, in fact, to enable him to personally tour the provinces, putting the fear of the Emperor into the hearts of any would-be dissidents.
He walks in plain sight, and none suspect him. Then it's as we feared.
Yes. An Ascian wears his skin. But it was not that which brought me here in such haste. During my time in the provinces, I learned many things. Yet at no point did I hear any report of a Doman emissary in the capital.
But Alphonse should have arrived by now. Could they be holding him there in secret?
The possibility did cross my mind, but I have reason to believe he never reached his destination. As you know, Scions assigned to covert operations, such as Riol and myself, are issued special link pearls for communication in the event of an emergency. I mention this because it was originally Alphino's task to coordinate the response at headquarters, meaning he has one. And whose voice should I hear when mine recently crackled to life?
You spoke with Alphino?
Spoke with? No. I but heard his voice, and none too clearly at that. 2 words were all I could make out. The burn.
The wasteland on the edge of Otherd. Something must have happened to them there. There's no time to waste. We must make for the burn at once.
I had a feeling you might say that.
And?
Let's go.
I can't very well sit around here drinking tea if Alphino's in trouble. You said yourself that this link pill was only to be used in emergencies. So I'm going, and that's the end of it.
Oh, far be it from me to change your minds.
Let's go. Loath though I am to neglect making preparations for the council, we must act swiftly before Alphanod's trail goes cold. I propose we first pay Hina a visit. He's sure to want to hear about these developments, and we may well be able to advise us. He may well be able to advise us on how best to reach the burn. Sound plan. And Stola is in Doma, is she not? I dare say she'd join you in the search if you asked her nicely. While you see to that, all that, I shall go and report my findings to the Alliance. You may leave any preparations for the council to me. Thank you, thank God, thank Red. Right, to Doma then. We have much and more to share with Yustola. This is curious indeed. While other matters demand my attention at present, I shall bear what you have told me in mind. Should you notice any changes, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, my lady. You are most kind. Well, well, two faces from the dim and distant past. Come now, it hasn't been that long. How was that? Who was that were you speaking with? A local miner who supplies crystals for the rebuilding effort. Of late, he claimed to have struggled to find a crystal with so much as a trace of elemental power or elemental energy. Upon learning that I had some knowledge of ether, he came seeking my counsel. Just now he brought me one of his recent findings. It was precisely as he described, devoid of elemental energy and eerily reminiscent of the suspected crystals that manifested in Etheria in the days prior to the calamity. We would be wise to investigate the phenomena more closely. Indeed, but on a more positive note, the locals seem to have taken a liking to you. More of an interest in than a liking to, I think. The sight of a Maquati with a particular contraption upon her head has a certain novelty value in these parts. Any actual regard they may have for me, I owe wholly to you and the others who came before. Everyone here has been excitingly cooperative, and I am pleased to report that I have all but concluded my investigation. Simply put, by forcing one's will upon an ether-infused object of worship, it is possible to conduct a summoning. So the fact that they are objects of worship is the key. They are themselves suffused with the requisance belief. Correct. Such sacred relics as the Kojin collect obviate the need for religious fervor in the summoner. Yosuyu being the most obvious example. She had but to associate the artifact given to her by Saki with the divine, and it served to amplify her desires and give them form. A form nourished through the power of the crystals, also provided by her brother, and thus was Tsukuyomi brought into being. Which brings me to the question of preventable measures, to which I have yet to find a satisfactory answer. At present, I know of not that will avail us. Save to keep watch over the movement of relics and crystals, as if we did not have enough to keep watch over already. But I doubt you came all this way to hear that which may be used in a report. Has something happened to Alphanod? I shall join you in the search, of course. Thank you, Stola. I should be glad of your help, truly. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall go on ahead and request an audience with Lord Hien. Alisei puts on a brave face, but she has a little talent for concealment. We should join her at the Kinkan. Greetings, my friend. Alisei has explained all to me. Needless to say, you shall have our full cooperation in the search, even if Alphanod's trail does lead to the burn of all places. The region known as the Burn occupies a special place in Darlian history. Every child in the Empire. Hey, Boss Kitty. Thank you. How's it going? Just playing through some Final Fantasy because I don't want to play anything else at this point. I was sad to see the cycle going away. I stopped playing because of that. I was playing a little bit every week, but I know you're heavy with that as well. Yeah, I really like it. It's probably my favorite extract shooter. I could never get into Tarkov. I've tried. I don't think I can play that alone. Isn't the biggest thing. I'd have to have a group of people to play with that game with, but yeah, I played that for a long time. I don't even know how many hours I have in that. Probably close to 500. Final Fantasy XIV is good though. There's a lot of content to get through. I could play the cycle solo. I think I played almost all solo. Played a few rounds with people, but for the most part, I was playing solo and I loved it. There's a new one that I saw. I don't remember what it's called now. I think I was watching Ames, and she brought it up. I don't remember what it was called though. I wish listed it. I'll have to find it. Is there a way to sort the wish list based off of when you added it? You added. Called Hawked. Yeah, I'm excited for Marathon. I'm gonna be playing that. I don't know how far that is out. I think that's kind of a bit out. That's the one I was thinking of that I saw someone bring up in Ames chat. It looks okay. Kind of looks like a Fortnite though, so I don't know. I'll be interested to see if it plays well at all. But that'll be that. I'm very excited for a marathon. I need to buy a shirt for that. I never got into Destiny, but I know it's a very good game, so I'm excited for marathon. Cause I bet you they'll do pretty good at it. No, I want to. No, I just bought this is just the charity shirt that I just got in from the marathon block. Yeah, I live on the other side of the country, so getting to Florida would be difficult. I'm in Oregon, so it'd be quite expensive. So one of these years I plan to, but I'll have to look into next year. Maybe I'll see what I can do. Or the year after, maybe. Start saving up for it. Yeah, Cali's expensive. I'm born and raised Oregon, so... Gotta take a drink of water after reading all this. Oh, okay. This is the only downside of Final Fantasy 14 is the amount of reading, and I'm streaming, so I'm trying to read it out loud. I know that there's a plugin or whatever you want to call it to get it to do TTS for it, but I've heard it's not very good, so they don't recommend it the first time you play, at least what I saw. But I would recommend it. I don't know if you play any other MMOs. I guess extraction shooters, right? But like MMORPGs. In the distant past, it was a vast land teeming with life, but excessive summonings saw it bleed dry of ether and reduced to a desert. It was upon beholding the devastation that primals had wrought that Imperior Solus was spurred to embark upon his cascade against their kind. The burn offers a glimpse of the future we seek to prevent. Know you of any reason why Alphanod might have gone there? Aye, mischance, though it lies on the route to Galamod, it is no place to make a stop. My guess is they encountered some manner of trouble there. In any event, I'm of the same mind as us. Not her name. Why am I drawing a blank on how to say her name. I am totally bad at reading and pronouncing names, so this is a bad combination. Alice, that's what it is. We have no choice but to take our search to the burn. Given the considerable distance involved, 'tis best we went by bird. Bartholomew and I have our Yoles. I think that's the mount that I got during the campaign. Digiri will you ready falcons for the others. I shall gather our swiftest birds. Near the house of the fierce, there is an overlook. Pray join us there once you have seen to your preparations. So I'm pretty sure that the burn is not a part of the map that I just explore. I think it's pretty sure it's a dungeon. Wait, where am I going? Oh. Time to go over here. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a dungeon that I just do. That I unlock, and I don't have flight. Do I have to go up? I do. I can't wait till I get flight in this area. I'm sure there's another faster way to get it, but pretty sure they just give it to you after the next expansion starts too, so. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for hundreds of homes and in all distances or directions. Take care you do not lose your way. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's a dungeon. Oh, there's a lot of those where you can't do it solo. So I just have to do it with people. My guess is they are not gonna make that a thing you can do solo, because this is like a couple, what? At least one expansion back, depending how you think about it. This is Stormblood, so. And yeah, I don't think they're gonna do it. Now we're gonna wait in queue. We're gonna sit here and do nothing while we wait to queue. It says a 13-minute queue. At this point, it's not even that I care about playing with other people, it's the fact that this is going to take forever to do with actual people. So, that sucks. It's a 13-minute queue. So I get to see here. I guess we could switch to see how long it actually takes. We're at almost 2 minutes into a 13-minute queue. So yeah. Now we just get to sit here. Hopefully it only takes 13 minutes or less to get in the queue. Usually it's like 5 minutes over the queue time. So that's gonna be what, 18 minutes? So hopefully 13 minutes will be enough for it to find one. I don't believe Starfield is online. So next week, that'll be fun. Once we get to start playing Starfield. And then I don't know what the length of Starfield is. Wait, so it says that Phil Spencer is 200 hours in, divided by 15 playthroughs. There's no shot that Starfield's only a 14-hour game. Okay, there's a new game plus. What is the reported length of Starfield? $30 to 40 hours? I really hope that it's more like 30 to 40 hours. Because I have between Starfield and Final Fantasy has to get me until October 20th, right? For Spider-Man. Oh, I was hoping that Starfield would have more content. And then hopefully I get drawn into doing like side quests. But there's a new game plus, so I'm hoping it's gonna be closer to like a Skyrim type of thing where you want to do a lot of side quests and stuff like that. But who knows? I guess if I get it done quickly, I could probably play some Armored Core if I buy it after Starfield before Spider-Man. That'll depend though. I'm gonna definitely play probably, I don't know, 15-20 hours next weekend of Starfield, and then probably play from Friday to the next Friday, whatever times I want to stream just Starfield, and then bring back Final Fantasy for the weekends and go back to during the week where we play story driven games and MMOs during the weekend. This might have been easier if I did it on a weekend than a middle of the day thing, but I want to get through this to get to Shadowbringers. So definitely got a lot to play through. I gotta start getting through my backlog too. I got a few games I want to play, but a lot of stuff coming out this year. not a lot that I'm like itching to play on stream though. I got a bunch of time coming up in November, so I'll be streaming a lot more. During that time period, try to get through some games. It's probably when I'll play through Mega Man Legends, so that I can do it like in one day, just sit down and beat it. So it's like an 8-hour game, I think. So I might be able to do that as a one shot on a day that I want to play for a long period of time. So we're at 8 minutes and 25 seconds in the queue. We'll see exactly how long that takes. I think it'd be easier if I was a tank. Maybe even a healer, since there's only one healer, but I'll play Endwalker, the last expansion, as a healer. But that'll be a while off. I think it's... Sure, Shadowbringers is like 60 hours. I think most of the campaigns are like around 60 hours. Yeah. And then... Endwalker is probably about 60 hours. There's also these middle quests that add like an extra like 10 hours or so into the game as well. I want to come up with like a... I don't think there's anything really pre-built, but I want to come up with like a calendar of games and like try to come up with like a schedule that way. I kind of like that idea. It also means I can find a way to like have votes being done, so people can, if there's a game in a list that I have that people want to watch me play. And then I'm also thinking, what is it called? Crowd control. Have some fun with crowd control. Alright, we're at 10.5 minutes. We're getting there. Lots of waiting. Switch camera angles again. Not gonna turn off the music though. At 11 minutes. Have not seen a single tank or healer or DPS, but I wonder what this person is. It's a white mage. That's a healer. I don't know what they're doing here. Maybe there's another part of the story. Maybe I have to come back here for Shadowbringers. Oh, but they only have 70 gear on though. So maybe they're... I don't know. I guess I could go over here. Let's go figure this out. Start this real quick. Bartholomew. My fears have become reality. Of course, as soon as I do this, members of the are deserting one after the other. I'm just gonna have to say commends. I think it'll act like I didn't even do anything. Hopefully. So.
Make ready, friends! We are come to the burn!
Let's go.
Everyone, land where you can! We must wait out the storm!
Going down. The burn. My guess is we're gonna get people that are doing it for extra experience. So, yep, that was the last one, and I'm not skipping currently since I'm playing through it, but. Jeez, the tank. Focus, make sure I'm doing things correctly, because I usually die in these and I can't really do that in dungeons. Not as many people in dungeons, so gotta be careful to not die. Oh, I'm getting hit on that one. I like their creativity in dungeons and stuff. Okay, I gotta try not to die here. I need 1 to 6. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to hide behind something. I don't know if it's good if both of us behind it. As long as I don't go near someone, that's fine. Don't think I needed either of those. Okay. All of a sudden now we're in a base, so that's kind of interesting. I went back too quick. That was my own fault there. Trying to do too much. I'll let my tank go, because it's like the healer got. Where did my mouse go? I don't know where my mouse went. There it is. Trying to dodge things at the same time, not fun. That was kind of cool and unique, what do you call it? Real-time action. Okay, did not see that coming. I died. I'm not surprised I died. I did that at the wrong time. I thought he had more health than he did. They were killing him pretty quick, though. They're all 70 because they're all synced down to 70. What is this? Is it a dancer? I think that's a dancer. Is that right? Yeah, dancer. Wonder how good they are. Time to keep going. Is this the main boss now? I think so. They're gonna be mad because I'm holding them up, but I want to watch it. Ooh, a dragon. Very nice, very nice. Always love the dragons. I'd already have no health. Oh, I got caught in that. Oh, I went the wrong way, didn't I? Sweet, sweet. Oh, shoot. Got it. Hey, we didn't fail out of it, so that's cool. Let's go.
Ah, there you are. Between contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
Yo. Where'd they go? That way.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle. There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
I was gonna say, I don't think that I can actually search, because it's not actually a map area.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard.
Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
He's fine, I know.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
Yes, he is.
I suggest we return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
So I'm guessing we're going back to Doma.
Where in the world are you, brother? If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
She really wouldn't. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brush down and a treat or two, wouldn't you say? I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. For an emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who would fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor then. Back to the manor. Because I'm near one of these things, right? So. Lord Keen is expecting you. May I show you in? Let's go. Ah.
Lise, what brings you here?
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Alphino. I would never have guessed that's how you pronounce it. Alphino. Interesting.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Oh, and she definitely will.
Well, someone has to do it.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
True.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a dormant citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
The servants of chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Doma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters. But come, Lise. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance.
Nice.
To make it official and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too. We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
Good choice.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Nice. Hopefully some of these missions will be quick. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matters of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain where the Asinians are considered, not maybe left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lise. Even if it was on official business, I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on too. Till the meeting then. Bartholomew, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go in private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuru and the others in the meantime. Great, I'll wait for you at the docks. That dungeon got me a decent amount of experience, didn't it? Yeah. Almost a quarter of a million. See what she has to say. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk to you about. I will say she's acting as if everything's alright, but it's clear she's barely coping. Alice, I know, is overbearing, willful, and ruthless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. Or she's not acting that way. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papa Lemo? Papa Lemo? And now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alce has you in the Sirens. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't, but she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, alright? Leave it to me. Thank you, Bartholomew. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Oh, I'd best be off. See you in Alamingo. I was hoping that would end the mission. There's 14 missions I have to get through. And I'm getting through, what, is that 2 of them? Maybe 1? I think it's 2 though. 2 of them in an hour and a half, or close to an hour and a half. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time, all of which are in notably short supply.
True.
Candid as ever, Yugiri, and correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own. In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
True.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrius-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
True, true.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Doma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the burn.
I see.
Okay.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Az's La, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Okay, what does that mean?
Just the 2 occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
Let's go. It is settled then. I will journey to Azim Steppe with the Scions, Gigiri, and Akuru. I leave our other neighbors to you. Let's go. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I'm no theurgologist, and what skills I do propose or possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins and the burn warrant attention. And so while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We'll need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections. I have care on the step. From what I hear, let's see, Zenol, like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. Now I helped them get the step, so should be fine. Just the 3 of us then. Very well. Shall we make first for a reunion? So this is the Azim step. The tails do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. Wonder what that is.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
Of course. During my time with the mole, I learned some few myths of this land. In the distant past,
too quick.
when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted, to these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
From here we shall travel to Mo Illo. There we may speak, or may ask Serena about the particular of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. Yeah, there's no teleport there. We get to run. Where are the currents listed in? Here. Right there. I think I need to get more. More of these, I assume, then. And that's how you get flight. Yeah, right there. Interesting. I'll have to do that at some point. Oh, he's inside. Or she's inside. Kian? Bartholomew, I am glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would like to discuss with the mole. Concern not only the people of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. The shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul, and you need this to protect our lands. I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the exact extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag? If that is what you wish. In the mountains to the north, there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or not. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However, among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spar an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Here you risk the ire of the followers of Nama. Might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider now how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, the decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger as they who chose to fight of their own accord. I'm sure. I'm getting through these really quick. Oh, there's only 14 altogether. Okay. Not what I want to do. Okay. So I got 3, 8, 10 more quests. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the house of the crooked coin. Let's go. Wow. Gotta find a way up. Is it this way? Oh, I have to go that way. So I have to go that way and then back. Can I get it without? I think I'm just gonna go up here and try that way first. So I don't think I can get through this or through any of those. Wow. That's interesting looking.
Such an abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
Probably.
We are. This is an Allegan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I
Nice.
strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azys La from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Interesting.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Illo.
Illo. Okay, Mol Illo. That's why I like having the voice acting. I was right about not going up this way. You found that you wish, or you found that which you seek then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If not less will suffice to protect our land, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none of are so fervent in their faith as the Dorthal. Their consent shall be key. The Dorval. He spoke of them. A warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Doral fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Darthol King Kai? Ka? I think it's Ka. Darthol Ka. And then treat with their Katan Sadu. Sadu, I think is the name. I can't just warp to them, right? Not really. Whenever I get that at some point. Or if I'm just supposed to go over there. Now we run all the way across. I might go get that. Oh, I got all those. I don't know what the other thing is. I don't know if those are quests or something else. I got a lot of them to do. It looks like. Not a necessity in my opinion though. Maybe a day I would want to do something. Yoga and other matters demand our time, Hanjin, unless it is battle you seek. Alas, not. Quite the opposite, in fact. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power. Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Darthol, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this as not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition then? You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield more Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the step to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely battle with you, Gudrun. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again, alone, without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the strength stronger, and you shall have the Dothel as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms? Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Khatan has made her choice. Let's do it. It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Kajin, and await me outside Ka. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. This'll probably be easy. Let's fight.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Harn.
Is
the
this truly
ages?
necessary?
Not silent
Have
in
you
that
no
one?
peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle do our souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher.
Let's
That
do it.
is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies, and such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
Let's do it. Yeah, I didn't think this would be too difficult. Another part to it, of course.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Is there a third round? There is a third round. Okay. Another round? Wow, fourth round, let's go.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Hang on, I can fight her again. Oh no. Come on. Is that done now? Nope, still not done.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
Oh, come on. Got it? Oh, that was close. I almost didn't have that.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so! Come! We have only just begun.
I'd fight again?
Enough!
Thank
You
gosh.
were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever.
I thought the mole was in charge.
Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand. You, Doman! You who come to
fight him,
petition
though?
the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Orinir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Plentiful, but your axe sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Yeah, so I gotta fight him too.
Insolent child. You will learn your place!
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
All right.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Gonna fight her again.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this, but if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Interesting. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button.
Bow down before me!
Oh, I think I was supposed to attack one. Yeah. Don't think I did it in time, but... Gotta make sure he stays alive.
Quelling blood. Concentrate.
Actually, want to fight the other guy. It's Ian attacking him.
Down before me!
Clearing that out real quick.
Before me! Tremble before the sun! Let us be about it!
What's happening? Ah, okay. Time to finish this.
Aoife, to me.
Why didn't I get that move?
Have at you. Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Nama's power is yours to wield.
Nice.
What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy.
Let's go.
It is the way of the Oranir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
You? By what are you called?
You stole her. Why?
Are you my Nama?
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Wow.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
Big nope.
I am. Not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Nice.
Little?
Little son! Little son!
Oh, that's good. This is better writing than the main
Does
story.
it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Uh-oh. Come on.
We have wasted enough time here. Siren awaits for word of our success.
They even put the battle music in. Like there's actually going to be another battle. So they're going to take me there? That'd be nice. I don't have to run all the way back. Nice. You had not only to contend with Saru, but Magnia too. Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand, triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to your to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Serena. None of this would have been possible without you. Alright, with that, I'm gonna take a break real quick. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Go ahead and switch back on over. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nam's power to use. If the ethereal flows as planned, all that remains is to have the ironworks engineers do their work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the house of Crooked Coin. Oh, they're actually worse. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
Sweet. I do not pretend to understand what you did to Stola, but you did it. Thank you to you and Bartholomew, of course. We have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then, going back. Look at Alice, it gives me the next mission, the last mission of this little guy here, and then we can start on the next one. So we got 7 after this series. Judging by our triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim step. Indeed. We have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Totoro and I have commissioned Gorlin Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. We need only say the word. I thank you for engaging their services on our behalf. The monumentum I don't know what that word is, of the arrangement, you may leave to me. Which just leaves the small matter of our other alliance. So Yugiri, Akuru, how fared you with our neighbors? I learned all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talks with Alliance. From the Hingashi and Sui no Sinto, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected then. Well, there is not to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that we were amendable to an alliance, I will personally send a massive. And once I have attended it, to that, I believe we have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses for the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting in Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yaguri, Akuru, if you would be so kindly as to hold down the fort in my absence. Let's go. My friends, we could not have achieved as much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Almegan quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? So the meeting must not be that big of a deal. Because it seems to be just going right by, so... Stola has told me all, and I duly told Uranger and Cryle. Cryle in particular was concerned about Ophanod. I don't remember how to say it, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being, on the consideration that I contact her the moment there isn't any development. So that leaves it 4 of us to attend the council. Ehrenwald is here to assist with security. Incidentally, Rue, the poor lad, seems altogether too distracted for the task. Anyone missing? Ophanod, I expect. Another. But it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shan't be far behind. Let's do it. I'm sure the little thing said something about being lengthy or something.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, It gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Doma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
True.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Let's go.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you mayhap best of all.
True.
Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo. and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
True.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus's death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varys' first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power.
Nice.
The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
Really would be.
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Dorma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate him, there may yet be a chance for peace.
True.
Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Is Thancred?
That way. Sorrow.
I had a feeling Thancred might be bad. What is this about? Maybe it's not Thancred. Maybe it's just
History must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
There's a voice.
Spies in our midst?
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
This is a good spin up to Shadowburners.
Is it over?
Master Thancred!
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
So was the plan his, or was it whatever that voice was?
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely?
But where is the question?
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul.
Shoot.
That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether. A consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian Lahabrea. The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
Good question.
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
True. I just tried to call Igran, I don't know how to say his name, on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dared to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. You, Gary? Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But we should talk about this in person, alright? We'll meet you there. That was your Anger. He heard the voice too. In Alanolan? So as we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Uringer, there can be little doubt the scions were targeted specifically. By whom? To what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. You have learned the emote Endure. Uringer agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, alright? Promise me? Let's go. Right, let's be on our way. I need not have to go anywhere. Sweet.
Urianger! Gods, it's good to see you.
Urianger? I would never have been able to say that.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
Probably. No? Okay.
That I cannot say.
Oh.
Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes, I noted precisely that at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
Oh, wow.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed, I shall make it my task to. The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Uh-oh.
I hear it too.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No! No, this can't be happening!
Oh, that's not good.
Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes! Open your eyes, I beg you! Say something! Anything! Not again. Please, not again.
I wonder if this is setting up for Shadowbringers, or if this is going to be concluded in the end of this little segment. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here wouldn't have behaved any differently. You have borne the two of them to a private chamber. But tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lise that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what. That we will. Hurry. That we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Mensa. He's been waiting at Hellstorm Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. I can't believe we're still in this one. Still have 7 other quests to do. As you probably guessed, it's Gabu. We've come to see. The private here will bring him out to us. Ever since the storm took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain.
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. We promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear. No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
Let's go. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. There's a lot of quests here. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Ori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but there's both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the Myrid guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Menphilia had a wealth of connections between them. I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days. Some of it for the good, some not so much. But all around me, people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Offel, I don't remember how to say his name, Offenad, to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire. They march on in the face of the great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most, so I won't keep you. Or just promise that you'll visit from time to time. I promise I'll have good tidings to share with you when you do. Alright, that's the end of 4.4. We're on to 4.5 and 4.56.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then, thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms.
What?
You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read.
I thought he died.
I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The founding father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos.
Interesting, okay.
Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power, and there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alag.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices.
So confused.
Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine.
Huh.
Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you pliant pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Very confusing. They're able to like make their own bodies again. Very interesting. There's no voice acting there, really? What in the world? Dead, all dead, yet I see no wounds nor any evidence of a battle. Damn them, they finally used it. Oh, sorry. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Guy Albina, a gas, Black Rose it was called, and to breathe it in, or breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this. I thought the project abandoned and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools, what do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rural one through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Asinians? It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bearers of chaos, or bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Asinians and put an end to their plot. On to the next.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjury. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Nice.
Kryle! I did not think you well enough to travel.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault, but I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
True.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Let's go. Oh, wow. As close as I can get, I guess. I want the wrong one. It does actually matter in this case. The load times are really fast though. This would have been part of Heaven's Ward. That's a broken thing right there. I don't know if I need to go this way. I think I'm just gonna fall off. Yep. I heard Master Batoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I will happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. I remember her.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
Okay.
But where?
That's the problem.
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking.
Yep.
Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lee's. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Let's go.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Has something to do with the problem with the crystals or whatever that's happening,
Before
right?
they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
That's gotta be something. That's gotta be tied to the new expansion. Or the next expansion. Shadowbringers and not Endwalker. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scuff of the neck and having the nonsense shake it out of me. When Alphanod is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us, but it can't be bad news, can it? Lees would have said, unless there's no point speculating. Lees said she'd notify the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gates in Alamigan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphanod's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Yeah, I think that's setting up for Shadowbringer. So I should get to 80 pretty quick because of this, giving me 30% more experience. It's from 80 to 90, that'll be slow. Greetings, Scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I see you in? Let's go.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This shadow hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn.
True.
Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's Guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion.
Wow.
I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head-on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander. and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hien know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh, again?
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity.
Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Going to Doma. So Alphino is safe. For the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lise tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place and sitting around stewing over things that we cannot change to the Enclave. Hey, Coney, how's it going? Just trying to finish up some missions. I'm so close. I think I have 5 or so to go, and then we'll be into Shadowbringers. We can start the new expansion on Saturday. So I'm trying to get through as many of these as we can. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Nadsia and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud people have united under a single purpose: to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I'm glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. The D is silent. Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for this sudden development of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. I'm doing good. trying to get through this. I'm so close, and I'm gonna have a problem because one of the missions has a dungeon that is probably gonna take a long time to queue if I can get one tonight. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon the Eorzea. Uh, 5:49 a.m. Wow. Staying up late. Oh, read that. Sounds like you should go to bed. I would help defect the blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the Burns is in place. Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon too. Maybe another hour. Hopefully I can get through all this in another hour. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have to go to bed in like an hour anyways. But I got like another hour in me before I'm like, I have to leave. I have to get off. The all important Allegan energy barrier. That's okay. Most of it was just this extra like side stuff. Saturday and Sunday will be hopefully big with going into Shadowbringers. Sorry I stream. I know I stream at a weird time for you. When I have days off, I will definitely stream during the day so you can hopefully have time to watch. At least it'll be a better timing for you. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps. Sirius is a Geist or some such. Well, just a thought. Oh, okay, cool. Glad that's being useful. I want to try to see if I can get the chat in an easy way to like add it to YouTube. I'm not sure though. It's also better quality on YouTube because I upload my recording now. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. I want to stream on both, but I don't think that it's a good idea because I think Twitch blocks it, so I can get in trouble on Twitch if I do. So I'll probably just stick to Twitch for now. Unless I have a reason to. I kind of switch back and forth, but I'm definitely going to stay on Twitch right now. Have you time to attend the first test? We've seen the field which protected Aziz La firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I think so too. Pretty sure you found me over there, yeah. And then you came over here, which is nice, thank you. I will come too, if you don't mind. Though I am no Yistola, I may be able to offer some insight. Of course, time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I will leave you and Akuru to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? Yeah, I also have a VOD channel. I assume you know that as well. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon, as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of Fierce. We're getting close, we're getting close. Down to 5 missions. Give the word when you're ready to take wing. That's not a dungeon though, right? Okay, good.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders.
Hopefully it goes
Honored
well.
friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming.
Sweet.
1,000 yards. 2,000. 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. 4,000. 5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Nice.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
Nice.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Oh.
By the gods, it's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Hopefully he's okay. It was probably whatever brought out the other people.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions.
He knows who Hien
Would you not
is.
agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
He knows who I am too.
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible! There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god.
Wow, was that all the way back to the first, like, Realm Reborn?
Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you
Or is
bested
that
me.
Heaven's Ward? I can't
And as the
remember.
Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment, at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge. My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion.
He was in A Realm Reborn. So that's like that's the first part of the game. That's been a while since I played that part.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source.
Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Hebrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmet Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Hebrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmet Selk is new to us?
Wow.
As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets.
So, the one they don't know a lot about, it must be the one that was talking on the throne. That got killed, but then, like, resurged himself.
It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch.
That's good, that's good.
Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvas.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland.
This is a really interesting story.
It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
This is really setting up for the next expansion.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
I mean, he's trying to do good, right?
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, Warrior of Light.
Yes, we should. Probably in the next expansion.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
True.
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Let's see. Mostly just want to get through the quests. We're so close to Shadowbringers. Right back into it. Alphino is safely scoured in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in a sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration. Why do I always blank on her name? Alice. I do, but Finano, I can see I can't blanked on his name too, is returned to us alive, in other words, otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know Sirius Wall works as intended, can we expect it reinforces for Alamigo? You must certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay, save for some few who boast teleportation magics. The bulk of their forces must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenard Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distance in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it's unlikely that our East Aldinian friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino breath aboard one of the vessels. I shall have a Turganian accompany him every elm of the way to the rising stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yagiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo, enlist all those capable of teleportation, and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hope for, Elise and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Let's go.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance.
See that you do.
Uh-oh.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
Wow.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing. A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
Yeah, that guy must be the...
While you do what, precisely?
Must be the one that they don't know a lot about. If I had to guess, but... we're definitely figure out something.
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into a civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
Ow.
Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research.
Wow.
And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Wow. That's a pretty good story. This is better than Stormblood. We're not even into Heaven's War or into Shadowbringers yet. We must leave now to convene with Eorzean leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Haruko, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Alameda forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Alamigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the lock, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Peritoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Guess I didn't have to get on this yet, because I'm just gonna have to talk to them anyways. I do want to mend though. Make sure everything is good. Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters. Let's go.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Hien. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, where our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
he's in the same state as everybody else.
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right?
Yep.
Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, It's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
Yep.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise. You know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I mean, the second
That's
answer
settled
would have
then.
been good too.
We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
They're gonna attack all of them, right? That would only make sense. I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? I have a bad feeling about this. He has a cape. I hope he gets sucked into something.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance, on behalf of the Garlean Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
Yep.
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
That's not gonna happen.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
Wow.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
I like this little
Our
talk.
people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Wow.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize the countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
This is a good talk. I like this, like, table discussion. Even if it's gonna result in nothing.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. A 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers? I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Wow.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait, I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please, if you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
I hope I get to fight him at some point. That would be fun. Ooh, I like that this is a map. Phew, this is really not my forte. After his Radiant's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the Mediator. I just asked myself what Alphinaud would have done. Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't help, or I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parlay is due to reconvene, though, so why not try counseling our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. This parlay was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Virus's, there's not supposed to be another S right there, relationship with the synods. As had we all, yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact, and if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their pursuit or presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I know more of the man, I would be indulge me, Lord Hien. You received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlean, Golomold, nor else in the heavens come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of his radiance's own person. And share your disdain for their hypocrisy, even as they denigrate the idea of faith. They reserve their leader with the fever. Others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer inspection. I wonder if a discussion of the various I don't know what that word is, might prompt Varus to reveal something. "12 have mercy, but for Lady Alisae's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiation table. Not the Emperor Vargas left us a great many options. Unconventional or unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think?" Here he arrived. I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Is he gonna try to get us to flip on the bad guys? Exactly, he's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parlay? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at his ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Bartholomew. I will say one thing for this virus. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. A conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies. Yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answer, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. You speaking with everyone then? Good. Now, all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner.
Wow.
Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more.
Really?
No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rulga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined.
That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
I can't say anything other than wow with any of this. This is very not shocking, but shocking.
Joining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the selfsame desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Gallian Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
I mean, yeah, but okay. Not really a good answer there.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate.
Would we though?
I bid you join me. Not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable! Unconscionable!
Wow. That's all I gotta say. This is good story writing. I like this. This is really good.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
So good. Oh my god, this is so much better than
Are these
Stormblood.
truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible.
True.
Such a man is not fit to govern.
I always liked her.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
I like both of the answers.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
All right. Came back to find Doma's advanced party ready and waiting for battle, so as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Alright. I'm gonna leave it at that because I'm tired and will be good enough for Saturday, I guess. So, yeah. Saturday we're playing through the rest of this and then getting into Shadowbringers, and Sunday we'll continue on that as well. So, come check us out on Twitch if you're watching this on YouTube, and follow us on Twitch so you guys can follow the journey there live if you want, or subscribe on YouTube and hit the like button if you're on there. If you enjoy watching it after the fact. So, thank you guys, and see you guys next time. Bye.